Hello everybody, welcome to the FC Pro World Championships and welcome to the B-Stream. And good news, we've got some gameplay for you straight away. My name is Onset, I'm going to be here with you all week long, remotely. But in Paris, of course, the players find themselves right now competing for over $1 million in prize money. And already we're going to see our first attack here between RVP legend and Nicholas. Now we know all about Nicholas, one of the greatest names in the FC Pro scene. He's been doing it for almost 10 years now, against a man who qualified in Paris very recently through the play-ins in RVP Legend. The Romanian looking to silence one of the tournament favorites, and with a good start like this, and already forcing a save from Casillas, he's certainly on the front foot here. Well, here's Bellingham. Back to O'Reilly. Dembele lost the space in the box, low driven, and that is going to be the first goal of the game. And it is the underdog who gets his nose in front. It's RVP Legend who's up 1-0. And Nicholas getting his first touch of the ball in this game. It's been all RVP Legend in just the first few moments, of course, but making the most of the opportunity. And there'll be a lot of discussion through the group stages, which we find ourselves in on the first 2 days of action here, about how you want to start a tournament. Do you have a little bit of leeway when it comes to getting out of the gates hot? Or do you want to start off with the form that you intend to continue with? A little bit of an overlapping run on the outside here. Musiala finds Vinicius Jr. Chance to answer back straight away, but Nicholas just pulls that one wide. A little bit disappointing from the Iceman. First real opportunity for him. RVP Legend on the attack again, flowing forward. It's De Bruyne trying to find a little opportunity, but a strong tackle just before he gets the shot away coming in from Nicholas. Bellingham looks to be the focal point of this attack. Here's Vinicius Jr. Finds Musiala, tries to find the return ball to Vinicius, but again cut out. Dembele once again now, trying to burst away. This time Nicholas wins the ball a little bit higher up the pitch. Vinny Jr. into Musiala. There is the overlapping run here from De Bruyne. No mistake this time from Nicholas. And we find ourselves tied up at 1-1. A little bit of a sighter earlier on for Nicholas with Vinicius Jr. Just pulled that one wide of the far post. This time Kevin De Bruyne makes no mistake for him. And just over 13 minutes into this game, we find ourselves tied up. RVP Legend now on the attack once again. Here's the through ball. Saka! Just offside though. Just went a little bit early, but once again, just cutting through the defenses of Nicholas pretty comfortably. And wins the ball back almost immediately here. Here's Messi once again into Saka. De Bruyne! And that one will count. Kevin De Bruyne at both ends. This time is for RVP Legend, who goes back into the lead. It's 2-1. And Nicholas, who has been famed over the years for his stout defensive play, found himself a little bit under pressure here, getting cut apart pretty comfortably by RVP Legend. And here's Vinny Jr. And there's a through ball attempted. It's Maldini who just cuts it out. Almost felt like an inevitable shot on target was going to come after that. Important the defender got in the way there. Here's O'Reilly. Little ping pass out to Bukayo Saka. Well, has he beaten the defensive line here? Dembele just about. Musiala now. There's that run inside. A creative run. Just choosing the angles he wants to pursue here. Here's Saka. Here's Bradley Barcola. Good footwork from him, but again, it's Maldini strong in the tackle for RVP Legend, but gives the ball away pretty uncomfortably. Here's Musiala, Bellingham, little tap pass. First time shot comes in, but again, just wide of the post. Couple of sighters for Nicholas. The shooting boot's not quite on in this first game. De Bruyne into Messi. Araujo into Ousmane Dembele. Nicholas wins it back. No real danger in that attack this time from RVP Legend after what was an electric start from him. Runs from midfield. Here's Bellingham. Little half chance here for Vinicius Jr. This time it's a combination of Pacho and the fullback getting the way just as it felt like the trigger was about to be pulled. And as we see our first pause of the game, we find ourselves at 2-1. RVP Legend certainly the more clinical in front of goal. So a reminder here for everyone who's watching on how the group stages is working. 3 points for a win. Just the 1 point for the draw, and then 0 points on the board if you do take that loss. As you work your way through, it'll be the top 8 to advance to the round of 16. Top 9 to 24 will go into the knockout round playoffs, and then the bottom 12, after the group stage is done in the next couple of days, will be eliminated. No extra time or penalties in this game. In these group stage games, I should say. It's about getting the job done within the 90 minutes. So after the pause, back underway here, will be RVP Legend who restarts here with possession. It's going to be one back though by Nicholas. Here's a chance for Musiala! Beautiful finesse into the top corner. And after the restart, Nicholas is back into this one. We're tied up at 2-2. RVP Legend, who got out to a good start in this game, has given a couple of opportunities to Nicholas to find a little bit more clinical finishing in front of goal. And that time he made no mistake with Musiala. Here's Bellingham on the attack again for Nicholas. Looks for that ball into the feet of Vinicius Jr. Doesn't find it, but there's Maldini. In the set plus coming in important for him there. Bellingham drives that one into Vinicius Jr. Does have the overlapping run on the outside, but can't quite squeeze it through. Here's Dembele. Run on the outside from Parajuelo. The ball roll inside. Nicholas just sherpering the defensive line at the moment, making sure he's not overcommitting to any tackles, wants to keep that shape and then bites in at just the right moment. Here's Vinny Jr. Looking for that through ball and looking to use the pace of Bukayo Saka. Back inside O'Reilly. Gets past his man here, Saka. Now it's about finding the right ball into the box. Patience from Nicholas. Patience from Saka. Can he find the pass? It looked like the opportunity had just opened up, but the interception at just the right moment to the back post, looking to win that header and knock it down, but it's going to be well read by RVP Legend, who can finally take a second to breathe here. Big switch to the play coming in from Bellingham, and Maldini hasn't got there, but the second time of asking, the Italian does manage to just bite in at the tackle, using that strength. As Nicholas now looking to create. Bellingham. Into Barcola. Think about using De Bruyne here. De Bruyne And the pressure on. It's a great run from De Bruyne. Here's Vinicius Jr. Is there an angle for the shot? There wasn't initially, but the ball falls to Bukayo Saka. And on that left foot, Nicholas makes no mistake. From behind, he now leads 3-2. And 5 minutes or so in game until half-time. And Nicholas just starting to find a little bit of success defensively as well as offensively in this game. Winning the ball a little bit higher up the pitch. Probably going to look to build for a last attack of this half. O'Reilly. Nice pinged pass there from De Bruyne. Is Musiala. Looks for the through ball to Saka. Almost threads the needle, but has given the opportunity now for Messi to try and create here for RVP Legend. Again, Nicholas defensively very, very sound. Now the pressure back onto the Romanian. There's a ball around the corner. Is Saka going to get there? He does. Musiala. Bellingham with the run through the middle. Didn't quite have the space to find that pass, but here's De Bruyne. Here's Bellingham, and all of a sudden the game has been turned on its head. Nicholas leads by 2. It's 4-2. Maybe time for one attack here for RVP Legend before the halftime whistle goes. To try and just cut that lead down to 1. Saka fires it into Messi. There is a run. Tries to play it a little bit early, though. It's very, very well read by Nicholas in defense. Didn't commit to that tackle too early, and at halftime here, Nicholas will find himself up 4-2. Take a look at some of the replays of the big moments in that first half. It was RVP Legend who got out to a great start, forcing the save from Casillas, and all the pressure, honestly, was from RVP Legend. The first goal comes courtesy of Ousmane Dembele, a little low driven into that near post. And after a couple of sighters, we saw Kevin De Bruyne getting on the score sheet to equalize for Nicholas, but it was RVP Legend who went back into that lead just after this offside call onto Bukayo Saka, but the pressure was all his. And it was Kevin De Bruyne at the other end who gave him that lead, but from there it felt like Nicholas just flipped a switch. Winning the ball back high with Musiala. Vinicius Jr. finding the ball back to the German, and with a beautiful finesse shot into that top corner. The equaliser came. Now a little bit of fortune in this one after some beautiful work coming in from Kevin De Bruyne. Falls to Saka on that left foot, sweeps it home. Then on the 43rd minute, just before half-time. A little bit of breathing room here for Nicholas. It's De Bruyne again, this time finding Bellingham, this time with a low-driven across goal. That gives him that 2-goal advantage. Into the second half, we find ourselves with RVP Legend up against it here, down by 2. Nicholas on the attack at the start of this second half. Beautiful close control there from the Argentinian. Here's O'Reilly. Plenty of options inside. Instead, it goes outside, then back inside. Bellingham squeezes it through the traffic. And Jude Bellingham will now put Nicholas up 5-2. Well, after a hot start from RVP Legend, fresh off of his qualification to the FC Pro World Championships from the play-ins in Paris just a week or so ago, now he's finding out what the level is at the very top of FC Pro. This is Nicholas at his best. And after a flowing start, now it feels like RVP Legend just can't really find any opportunities as Bellingham drives through that midfield once again. And again, just quickly intercepting. RVP Legend just forcing things a little bit here. Goes for the finesse shot from distance here, Nicholas. This time it's going to be blocked. And I think a little bit of a breather needed for RVP Legend. First time through ball, over the top. Doesn't quite work this time. Ronald Araujo, who just gets the foot up in time. Saka on the overlap here. Vinicius, though, driving, finally uses Bukayo Saka. Got an opportunity, goes for the finesse, but doesn't quite get that one right. Casillas forced into the save, and you're seeing a little bit of animated reaction from RVP Legend. Not happy with what he's seeing here. Needs to make some changes to try and slow down this pace. So out of the pause, back into the action, and a corner here for Nicholas. He went long to the back post last time, changed it up a little bit this time around. An RVP Legend who is certainly under pressure in this game and may have made some changes in that pause. Now has the chance to counter-attack. Usman Dembele, you can see De Bruyne fighting back though, chasing back through midfield, but a little bit of a wayward pass from the Belgian. Now allows Dembele in, and on that left foot, Dembele cuts the difference between the two players down to 2. And that's exactly what RVP Legend needed. Plenty of time left in this game for him to turn this one around. Lovely little body fake from Bellingham to create that space. Vinicius just waiting for that run. Squeezed at just the right moment, though, by RVP Legend, and now on the counter-attack again. Had the chance to try and catch Nicholas out of shape. Instead, just slows it down a little bit. Gets it away, though. Interception made in midfield as Saka now breaks away. Has the ball inside here to Vinicius Jr. if he wants it. Instead, looks to thread it through in a little bit more of a threatening position. RVP Legend will now counter with the ball through the middle to Saka. Beautiful player switch there from Nicholas. Read that beautifully to make sure he was in the way of that pass just as it was executed. Saka away from one. Run from Vinny Jr. Just forces RVP Legend to have to make decisions on where he wants to try and defend from. The strength, though, comes in from Nico O'Reilly. That's going to win that back. There's a player lock into Dembele, but the strength this time of Araujo is going to be enough to force the Frenchman off the ball, and Nicholas can come forward again. Just over an hour gone in-game in this first match of the group stages. Still 2 goals between the players. Mistake, though, from Nicholas. That's rare! And Casillas is forced into a save from the finesse shot from distance. Will be a corner here for RVP Legend after the pause. So out of the pause into the corner, and it's RVP Legend back on the attack here, down by 2. And Bellingham now with the ball at his feet. Orejuela looking to thread that ball through to Dembele. Couldn't quite make that one connect, and now look at the space on the counter-attack. Luckily, though, the strength again on display from Araujo means that they'll get the ball back here, RVP Legend. And can start an attack himself. It's Chanaloglu, who's just been brought on in the midfield, who will make that interception for Nicholas, but the ball's still going to be in possession here of RVP Legend. Space out wide here. Dembele tried to fire that one in first time. Beautiful little chip through ball, but just overhit. Iker Casillas can come off of his line here and grab this and just slow the game down for Nicholas. Still with his 2-goal advantage in the first game of the group stage. Here's Jude Bellingham. A little bit of space for him to attack, and doesn't need to be asked twice here, Nicholas. Here's Saka. Nice man attacking out wide. Nice close dribbling from Bukayo Saka into Bellingham. He's looking for maybe an opportunity to burst through, but instead the first time through ball is going to beat the defensive line, and Dembele has a chance here for RVP Legend, but he cannot beat the goalkeeper. Casillas with a huge save here for Nicholas. From the corner, Saka turns away from the attentions of Araujo. Can he find a ball inside though? Beautiful player switch again from Nicholas. He read that cutback, positioned Paolo Maldini in a perfect spot to intercept that ball. But the pressure's starting to be ramped up here, and it has to by RVP Legend. Still down by 2 here. Bellingham, player lock into Messi. Turns back, finesse! And a goal for Messi. Makes this a 1-goal game going into the last 15 minutes in game between our 2 players. "15 in-game minutes left for RVP Legend to find an equalizer here. Otherwise, it'll be Nicholas who walks away with the 3 points. A couple of substitutions coming in out wide for Nicholas, notably Zire Doué on this right-hand side for Saka. And there is the Frenchman on the end of this as well. Can he find the corner? This time it's Musiala who just has that shot blocked. Araujo now out around the outside. Players arriving. One of them is Saka, and again Casillas with a heroic save. Keeps Nicholas in the lead, but RVP Legend is pushing here. A little bit fortunate to keep possession with Messi, and then just gives it away. Has to try and force it. Scott McTominay also on the pitch here for Nicholas, just to give some legs in that midfield. But it's RVP Legend with a player lock into Messi initially. The return ball here to Dembele. Casillas again, doing everything he can to keep this lead for Nicholas. RVP legend knocking on the door here. Messi. Dembele. Maldini this time in the way. But RVP legend keeps on attacking here. Keeps on coming. Keeps on flowing forward. As Maldini steps out from centre-back. Saka. Bellingham can't get the shot away again. Nicholas just slowing the game down here a little bit, showing some experience. He's been under pressure for the last 10 or so in-game minutes, but still has that lead. A lot of that thanks to his goalkeeper, Iker Casillas. It's Çalhanoğlu now. Finds Doué out wide. And he will win a corner here into the last 5 minutes plus stoppage time, and we're going to see another pause and maybe a last throw of the dice here from RVP legend. So a corner here for Nicholas means, most importantly for him, possession of the ball. Still leading this game by 1. But should he give this ball away, you know that RVP legend is going to be pressing and flying forward. Another goal for Nicholas, though, might just seal this first game for him, and 3 points on the board would be the prize for doing so in this group stage. Here's Doué, just tiptoeing around the outside. Keeps this ball right in the byline. And now, McTominay was looking for that one extra ball, but here comes RVP legend. A huge opportunity now. The player lock into Dembele. Arihuela around the outside. And she's in the box here. And a ball roll scoop to finish. The finesse into the top corner ties us up at 5-5. And RVP legend has turned this game around. So Nicholas, who had such a commanding lead in this game, is pegged back. And the man who made it to the FC Pro World Championships through the play-ins in Paris a week or so ago. But Nicholas is known as the Iceman for a reason. Musiala might have a chance here, could steal it at the death. Oh, it's Musiala! And it is Nicholas who goes back into the lead. It's 6-5. And RVP legend now has to make this attack count. Messi, Dembele. Oh, and he has made it count. It's 6-6. The headset off from Nicholas. He knows there's no more time left in this game. But RVP legend, with the heart of a lion in this first group stage game, would not say die. And we end up left at 6-6 with a point apiece for either player. A fantastic first game here. Let's take a look at some of the replays that we did see in the final moments of this game, because Going into that second half, Nicholas was in full control of not just the score, but also the game. It was RVP Legend right at the start of the game that got out to the hot start. Usman Dembele being on the score sheet first. That was 1-0. Nicholas answered back almost immediately with Kevin De Bruyne running through from midfield, but then it was RVP Legend again. A little player lock into Dembele. The run from outside from Saka. This one didn't count, but this one certainly did. It was Saka this time, the creator for De Bruyne, to make it 2-1. But then Nicholas completely took the game over. Winning the ball back high here with Musiala. Vinicius Jr. completing the 1-2. A finesse shot into that far corner. Made it 2-2. Then it was De Bruyne tiptoeing through the defensive line, finding Vinicius Jr. A little bit of fortune here as the ball falls to Saka. That was 3-2. And then after 3, it became 4. As Nicholas kept his foot on the accelerator here. Bellingham sliding the ball across goal, and into the second half, 4 became 5. Bellingham somehow, with the low driven, through the traffic, and RVP Legend was down by 3. And I got to be honest, with some of the gameplay that we did see, a lot of big saves came in from the goalkeeper in Nicholas. Casillas kept him in the game for quite some time, but this mistake here is the one that really hurt. Gave the opportunity and the momentum. Back to RVP Legend. Dembele under pressure this time. Couldn't beat Casillas. And it felt like the Spaniard would not let RVP Legend get back into this game, but it was the finesse once again that put this game within 1. Then it was tied up. Another finesse shot across goal, and then in the 91st minute, Nicholas finds an opportunity, steals it off of the defender, Musiala. The beautiful little bit of dribbling to find the space for that. And then with the last attack of the game from kickoff, Dembele makes it 6-6. So we end up with the points being shared between the two players. An incredible first game here between both Nicholas and RVP Legend. We're going to go for a break. The group stage will continue after this at the FC Pro World Championship. Welcome back to the FC Pro World Championships. Welcome back to the B Stream, and welcome to our second game of the day. We have Matthias Bonanno, the Premier League champion, going up against Cassia, who made it through the play-ins a little bit earlier in the tournament. Already been to Paris, already knows what it feels like. Played a lot of games of the AFC, and now on the attack is going to be Bonanno to start with. The Argentinian with Ousmane Dembele, waiting for the keeper to just shuffle a little bit, but cannot beat Casillas in between the sticks this time around from the corner. João Neves is going to win that header, but Bonanno will keep the ball here. Here's Pina. And Wharton in midfield as a choice here for Bonanno. Gets that ball back as well, but just relinquished of possession by a shoulder from João Neves. It'll be the first time that Katia has actually been on the ball so far on the attack. Peruelo now using her pace. Gets all the way to the byline. It's too easy. Far too easy. And the first goal will go to the man on your screen right now. It's Katia who's up by 1. Like Bonanno just didn't put pressure on the ball at any point there, and Katia didn't need a second invitation just to keep striding forward and find a simple ball and finish into the net. On the attack again here, Katia. Frenkie de Jong. This time Araujo will step in and win that ball back. Wharton will stride through the midfield. Here's Dembele. Just waiting for the run to continue, but it's stolen away here. Musiala now on the ball. Little creative run from Dembele. Araujo again in position at just the right time to defend for Bonanno. There's Musiala for Bonanno. Can't quite thread that one through, and Musiala now on the attack again. A lot of space for him to attack. Peruelo maybe getting this one back to the on-running player, but not going to be able to make that pass connect this time around. And Bonanno just holding on a little bit here. Looks a little bit shaky in attack and defense, but now that he's got Dembele stretching his legs, just trying to force it back inside after the ball roll. And from one end we go to the other. Musiala again in space here. And again, a little bit of deja vu as Ronaldo Araujo steps back in to win that ball back. Bonanno now inside the box. Peruelo looks down the whites of the old goalkeeper's eyes and threads it underneath with a low driven. And Bonanno makes it 1-1 here. Big switch of the play from the restart here. Katia doesn't work out this time around though. It's going to be Mark Pubel on the ball, playing it at fullback. Dembele into Araujo, just building, waiting for that run outside, and there is a little bit of space again for Dembele. Pina with a beautiful run through the middle. She's clean through on goal here. Just got to find the finish. Oh, it's beautiful. It's composed from Bonanno, skips past the goalkeeper. And Pina lays it off there to Bellingham just to slot the ball home. A simple finish, but it's all about the composure from Pina. Maybe Paul's coming in for a little bit of a breather there for Katia. Found himself up by 1 after breaking the deadlock in this game, but it's 2 quick goals without response, this time from Bonanno. And on the overlap here from the restart, Saka goes near post and ties it up at 2-2. So the pace of this one certainly up there. 4 goals already in the first 20 minutes. As now Bonanno comes forward again. Here's Musiala. Tries to thread that ball through. Didn't quite look like he had the angle to do it that time around. João Neves will come away. Ping pass into Musiala. De Jong out wide this time to Peruelo. Just being forced back a little bit here. Has to recycle. Katia just taking his time. Dembele into the feet of Musiala. Looking dangerous again here, but it's Jude Bellingham who just got back to intercept as the most threatening pass of that move was taking place. Musiala spins away from man in midfield. Wharton. Quick passing now, just upping the pace a little bit here. Bonano looking dangerous on the edge of the box. Wharton couldn't quite get his feet sorted as Dembele now steps away, looking to use his pace. Alongside him, Jamal Musiala. Goes for the strike across goal. Casillas gets down well. Actually now on the attack. Looks to that back post. Well read this time. Mark Pubal's going to get up. Paruello just pushes Pina off the ball, and it will be possession still for Katia. Big passing this time from Katia. Paruello just showed too much of it to Bellingham there, and Bonano did well to execute the tackle at the perfect moment. This time just waiting for that run a little bit too long. Maybe just watching the run instead of the ball. Bonano, Wharton will intercept that comfortably though, and now you've got runners either side of Wharton. One of them is Paruello. Through the middle is Pina. Pina just can't get away from the centre-back though. I haven't given the ball away. Now she comes back to win it back. Dembele, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, just for a second, but the pace of Davies, he got him back into position there to make that tackle, just as the trigger was about to be pulled. I'm going to be triggered through the middle initially by Katia. De Jong now, maybe looking to go back into Dembele. Good defensive shape that time around from Bonano. Lacroix into Bellingham. A little bit of space for him to attack. Saka on the defensive side, though, managed to do a great job to just track back there. And now Paruello twisting and turning, looking for a ball back across. It's a combination of O'Reilly and the attacker who actually gets the block in there to keep this tied up at 2-2. Here's Bellingham. End-to-end stuff here between the two. Pina trying to burst through the defenders, turns away from one. Pina gets that ball back, looking for the quick tick-attacker passing in and around the box. Katia holds strong. Here's Paruello looking to burst away. Little ball roll scoop. De Jong into the feet of Musiala. Looking for the fake drag back there, but not going to be able to capitalize. There's a run from Wharton through the middle, breaking from midfield. He's been found and he's beaten the flag. Almost. Not quite. Assistant referee's going to pull that one back for a free kick here for Katia. Big pressure in midfield there from Bonano, trying to win that ball back. Using that second man press effectively. This Musiala gets stolen away though. Bonano now on the attack. Has space here with Bellingham. Back into Paruello. It's 3-2 now to Bonano. Beautiful quick passing on the edge of the box. And no mistake in front of goal. He's up 3-2 now. Again, that crossfield ball from Katia. And Saka looking dangerous, looking to find an equaliser. Lacroix will make that interception, and Bonano now, who's started to find his feet a little bit in that attacking third. Some of that quick passing we've seen. Gets a chance to stride forward again. Katia committing hard in midfield, looking for those tackles, looking to win the ball back high. Leaving a little bit of space in behind, finally gets that shape back. Bonano being forced to build from the back. It's going to be half-time here, and Bonano will take a one-goal advantage into the break, up 3-2. So into the second half, we find ourselves, Banana, with a goal advantage, up 3-2 here. The E-Premier League champion searching for 3 points in this group stage. And Catcher's answered back a few times in this game already. Certainly showing that when the chance presents itself, he's going to be clinical in front of goal. Speaking of which, here's Saka. Goes on the outside, back across goal. Dembele puts the finishing touch on the move. And Catcher ties the game up. It's 3-3. So Bernardo finds himself back on even terms. Here's Musiala. Bellingham, little drag back from him. Beautiful finish from Parajuelo, and it's going to be 4-3. He wasn't pegged back for long here, Bernardo. From the restart, the crossfield ball. And then finding a way into the box. And a beautiful finish when presented with that opportunity. And Catcher finds himself down again, 4-3. Musiala just dancing through the defensive lines of Banana. Banana now has to defend desperately and manages to do so. Last-ditch tackle coming in from him, but now you can see the run through the middle and on the outside. Dembele going to be offering that width. Musiala into Wharton. Here is Jamal Musiala, looks for that finesse shot. And now Catcher putting the pressure on. João Neves. Musiala getting back just in time to help out defensively for Bonano. Bonano again, just looking to use that quick passing to drag the defensive shape out of place from his opponent. But Catcher wins it high up the pitch here. Bellingham with an interception. Now on the counter-attack, Bonano finds himself. Claudia Pina out to Nico O'Reilly. Lacroix has to be careful here. That's going to go a little bit early on that one, Adam Wharton. That'll be brought back. As we approach the hour mark in game here. João Neves for Catcher. Musiala. Being squeezed up the pitch here. Can't find a comfortable pass. De Jong. That'll work though. João Neves. Pressure continuing to be applied here. Dembele. Casillas equal to it. Tips it round the post. Will be a corner though. Catcher decides to go all the way back and build from the back. Bonano marshalling the troops here on the edge of his 18-yard box. Here's Frenkie de Jong though. Trying to find an opening, but as the defensive line gets squeezed, the interception is comfortable. And he wins it back again here, Catcher. Still chasing this game. Tries the little reverse ball into the feet of Dembele. It feels like Matthias Bonano just slowing the game down a little bit here. Just trying to get a feel of the ball, a little bit of possession. He's been under pressure for the last 5 or 6 minutes. No big chance has been conceded. When you're leading, if you can control that ball, you feel so much more comfortable. Here's Musiala. Bellingham. They'll be fortunate to keep possession here. And Wharton turns back into Pina. Maldini with a strong tackle just as the danger started to ramp up. There's a first time through ball. There's Parajuelo. There's the strength of the defensive line, though. And that Bruiser Plus coming in very, very handily in that situation. Just to push her off the ball when it felt like she was going to pull the trigger. Same can be said at the other end. João Neves, this time with the strength, but it's given away. Peanut. Player lock into the feet of Bellingham. Tries to fire it across. You can see there was a host of players in the box waiting to put that final touch onto it. Onana couldn't find one, and now Katja finds himself on the counter-attack. Frankie de Jong cannot get away from Ronald Araujo, who made that tackle. And now space here for Ousmane Dembele. The Frenchman into the box. Goes for that finesse shot. Casillas acrobatically will gather. As Katja's the one who has to force the issue here. Approaching the last 15 minutes in game. Frankie de Jong striding forward. Frankie de Jong might be able to walk his way through to goal here, but again it's Araujo who makes the tackle. Pressure still on here. Wharton tracking back. Dembele is the outball. Just relieves the pressure again for Matheus Bonano. Ooh, you could see there was space for Dembele, but the pressure from Katja on the ball was enough to make sure that pass didn't get through. Wins the ball back. Now, has Parahuelo beaten the offside trap? No, just went a little bit early there. As we see both players just jump into the pause here, make some tactical changes. It's Katja who's still down by 1. So changes made for both sides. Matheus Bonano finds himself just over 10 minutes away from securing 3 points in this group stage here at the FC Pro World Championships. And a goal here would make him feel all the more confident in doing so. It's Jude Bellingham into the box. Turns back onto that right foot, gets the shot away. Will be tipped wide by Casillas, but the pressure's still on here. Into that back post. Well tracked by Katja, now on the counter-attack. You can see Matheus Bonano desperately trying to track those runners from midfield. Dembele. Bellingham back into position though. That was the player actually that Bonano brought back into that position, initially tracking the run. Given away. Katja still looking for this equaliser. That's a loose pass from Parahuelo, though. That's a little bit unfortunate. Bellingham drifting away from one. Musiala now joining the attack. Gets that ball back. Bonano again just looking to stretch the defensive shape here at Katja. Got to be so careful about dragging players out of position with this quick passing and creating that space for a killer ball. Even though not showing the strength required to keep hold of possession. And now on the counter-attack, Dembele is free through the middle, goes wide instead. Jadon Sancho on the pitch for some fresh legs. De Bruyne into Saka. This is the chance. Oh, what a save from Casillas. Katja with the corner into that back post. Huber will collect. Dembele. Looking for the killer pass here. Katja to find that one opportunity, but time is starting to slip through his fingers. 87 minutes on the in-game clock. Matheus Bonano just has to hold on here. João Neves. Patience key. for catching this situation. Tries to fire that killer pass in, but again, Bonanno, fantastic concentration in those pressure moments to make sure that pass was never going to be comfortable. Now, as we enter the 90th minute, it's about not making mistakes. Dembele just about gets away with that. As the pressure comes in from Katia. The pass has to be perfect. And there's going to be a corner here. He's just mistimed this one. I think he thought that the game clock was in a position where when the ball went out of play, the referee would call it. Have to go forward here. Kevin De Bruyne twisting and turning for Katia. Might get a little bit of a lifeline, but Parahuelo makes the tackle. And finally, Bonanno will close out 4-3, collects the 3 points, but a very, very nervy final few seconds there as he thought the game was over and ended up conceding a corner that could have cost him. We'll take a look at some of the replays from our second game of the day here at the FC Pro World Championships at EWC 26. And early on here, you could see it was Katia just strode through very comfortably to find Musiala to take the lead. Bonanno did answer back. This time the overlapping run and the pace and the slotted finish through the goalkeeper's legs was enough to make it 1-1. Then Bonanno went into the lead. It was Pina with some beautiful composure here, just skipping past the goalkeeper and laying it into the feet of Bellingham. That gave him that lead, but then Musiala found Bukayo Saka, and Saka found that near post to tie it up for 2-2. Big chance here for Musiala. Went for the shot. Casillas was equal to it. And it was Bonanno who did eventually find a way through to take the lead here, 3-2. A little reverse ball, beautifully found Parahuelo, who made no mistake. Katia, though, answered back again to make it 3-3. And then the decisive moment of this game came from Parahuelo once again. A ball in from Bellingham, turn away from Jaap Stam. And a finish across goal. And you can see how hard defensively Bonanno had to work here, sometimes relying on the goalkeeper to make those big saves. And even though he had a little bit of an effort at the other end to try and solidify the score, eventually it was Matheus Bonanno who comes out with the 3 points. In this group stage, 3 points, of course, is going to be so vital to your success in advancing in the tournament. So congratulations to Matheus Bonanno, the 1 goal difference making all of the difference. We're going to take a quick break, though. When we get back, we've got plenty more FC Pro coming up. But before we do so, let's check out the prizing and see what all these players are going to be playing for. Over $1 million in prizing is available for all the players who are competing in Paris at the moment. First place, $250,000. And you can see as it goes down, $150,000 for second place, $100,000 shootout if you make it through to that final. If you come first or second, a huge difference between how much you're going to go home with. So that's what it's all about. That's what the players are playing for, of course. We'll also take a little look at the format to show you exactly how things work as well. 36 players make it through to the group stage. Of course, we had the play-ins a couple of weeks ago to make sure that we had our 36 players. Top 24 will advance to the playoffs. We'll have 6 matches per player in this group stage. And then when we do reach the playoffs after the bottom 12 are eliminated, 24 players will fight it out. The top 8 from the league stage will go through to the round of 16 as we go into a single elimination bracket. So 2 days of group stage before we get into that elimination stage of the tournament. We start sending players home and we get closer and closer to crowning our FC Pro World Champion for 2026. It is going to be an incredible week of action from Paris, and hopefully you stick around here on the B stream. We've got all sorts of streams going on. We've got a B stream, C stream, and D stream to make sure you don't miss a single game for your favorite player who you're rooting on as the tournament progresses. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have plenty more action coming your way, though, from the FC Pro World Championship. We'll see you in just a few moments.
spending the next 2 months in Paris and already deeply regretting sleeping through 4 years of French in high school. But c'est la vie! To avoid being an ignorant American tourist, I found myself a French tutor to really help me learn the language. And there she is now! Everyone, this is Kitty, aka La Petite Sean. I had a little bit of Duolingo on the flight over. I'm excited to learn from you today. Where's your beret?
I don't have one.
Phone!
Look, I was told I'd be talking about Rainbow Six and Valorant teams today, but instead they put me with this Emily in Paris knockoff. I think I can make it work, but she called me her little dog? Okay, so we are at a flower shop. We call that in French des fleurs.
Des foires.
Okay, you know what? It's okay. We will try with another word, huh?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
Fougère.
Forgery. I can't wait to visit all of these cute restaurants all around Paris, or brasiers, as the French call them, right?
Yeah, that's the words.
Okay, so if I wanted to order a baguette, what would I say?
You would say, voulez-vous
Voulez-vous
coucher
coucher
avec moi?
avec moi? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Perfect.
I'm gonna go try it out. Ooh, this is really cute. How would I ask to try this on?
Oh, actually, you can say, je mange des gens.
Je mange des gens. Okay. Ah, je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens.
Des gens mange. Je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens, c'est une robe.
C'est. Where am I messing
Vous
up?
voulez essayer la robe?
No. Je mange des gens, s'il vous plaît.
Non, on mange pas les gens chez moi.
Kitty has been the best teacher so far. I feel like I'm picking up the language really quickly. I mean, whenever I speak with real French people, they seem so surprised by how good my accent is. I'm doing très bon.
Oh là là, et puis ça y est, je suis américaine. On a compris que t'es américaine. On a compris.
Kitty, I did it! He even gave it to me for free.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Come with me, yeah.
What did I get? Do we get jam? Okay, so as I get it, the French don't really like the American tourists, right?
Not really.
So what can I say to have them truly embrace me as a local?
Just tell them.
Mbappé a plumer! Kitty, it worked! They've accepted me as one of their own! I'm off to see Paris, and it's all thanks to you!
Bon débat.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 2 rounds done, completed, and I am joined by the one and only Leviathan. I just watched that match up against Piaget. You were down 4-2, but you were able to crawl your way back into that competition. Talk to me how you're feeling after round 1 for you.
Yeah, obviously I'm very happy. I won my first match, had a great start into the World Championship against a really, really good player, Piaget. As you said, like he was up, but I just tried to focus on my game. Could won the game at the end. So yeah, obviously I'm happy, and I'm looking forward to the round 2 against Karim.
Now let's talk about how you even qualified to be here. You went through play-ins, which I know was very grueling. You beat Gueric in that final match. Do you find that gives you a little bit of advantage? Because you played 10 days ago. A lot of these other players played in their leagues months ago.
Yeah, true. Of course, I don't know if it's an advantage, but as you said, like I had 10 days before, like started to get in touch with the competition again, to being on a big stage. So I don't know if it's an advantage. I feel good. As you said, I beat Gueric also against a Brazilian guy. And now I'm happy to be here. And yeah, as I said, I'm looking forward to the next games.
Well, next games, let's talk about that one. Karim is back as your next opponent. So what is your mindset going into that one?
Like the mindset is like, it is like every game playing against a really good player. Won the E-League Odd this year with his teammate Marwan. I don't know how he played his first game, but I just try to focus on my game, collecting points and going through the group stage.
All right, well, Levy, you've had a fantastic start. I'll let you get back to those preparations. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Kicking things off with 3 points is not a bad start for the Red Bull. Let's take a look at some of the bigger action, though. And I heard that you two gentlemen have some crappy rosters. So I hold this card close to my chest, my heart normally. Shells, do you need this more, or do you think...
What's Casey doing here, man? I just had enough from over there. But
yeah, did you just toss Casey's 99 gold straight off the set?
I don't know where it's gone, actually.
Yes. Okay, sorry about that. We're going to be diving into this matchup a little bit deeper here. And, of course, that was the closest fight. But were there any other surprises from this set for you?
Yeah, I mean, there was a massive surprise in that round. It was the lowest ranked player here, Milkalov. What a result against a man who we were speaking about at the start. Oberon is nuts, by the way. He is one of the best FC players around. A massive, massive result for Milkalov.
Yeah, I mean, Oberon, you would not expect him, I guess, dropping the first game against an opponent like Milkalov. But like we said before in this competition, every player here can potentially go and win it. And there's no joke for them making it this far. So for Milkalov, he probably has that little upper hand where everyone's looking at him thinking that's the 3 points they need to get. And he can use that to his advantage. And what a start for him.
Now, you guys told me that Anders is in the GOAT conversation, that he is looking to go 5 for 5, but you didn't tell me he is this confident on stage. The man's a little bit sassy after each goal.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's a performer as well as a great FC player. We've seen it throughout the whole season. He's fantastic 8-4 win against Red Lac. I mean, let's push it over, though, shall we, to Samu Gamer, because we haven't really spoken about him much. Shells, I know during previous FC titles, you've said you're a massive fan of Samu Gamer, in particular the Dark Arts. Yeah. He got the job done in the first game.
And with Samu Gamer, like I said, he's for so young at his age, 17, 18, his whole game is complete. He can do it all, mechanically, defensively, scoring goals, crossing skills, the Dark Arts, as you said. And I think for Samu Gamer, he has that little ego in him, that little confidence the arrogance you need to compete against the Anders and the Manu Bachors if you want to go far. And I think for Samu Gamer, this could be the tournament to go all the way.
All right, we've got some highlights rolling out here in just a little bit. Until we get to those, anyone you want to give a shout out to? I know we've got fans from all over the world watching the world's best here at FC Pro.
Oh, you know what? I've got to give a shout out to the guys who were making so much noise last year, and that was the Team Falcons guys. They brought the vibes in Saudi when we were there last year in Riyadh, and it was amazing. I know they'll be watching in their numbers. They would have been so happy with the way Anders played in the last game. I mean, this man as well, Shells. Bonanno, he got his first win on the board. Yeah. He's got Jafonso next.
Yeah, and I think that was a big game for Bonanno because you know you're playing your teammate in the next round and you want to start off with a win. Of course, you want to beat your teammate as well, but you don't want to have more pressure on basing your teammate if he had a bad result first game. And against Casio, winning that game, who came through the play-ins, that's a big start from Bonanno. And now we're going on to Danny Pitbull and Neat.
How did Neat do so far in his opening set?
I mean, Neat's got the win as well. I mean, he came through the play-ins like we said. I think the players who come through the play-ins have that little edge because they've been here, they've done it before. Danny Pitbull, of course, one of the nicest men in the scene, but also a very, very good FC player. Not the best start for him. But in this league stage, there's plenty of games to go. I want to ask you something. You said to me, I mean, that Matty against Jafonso fixture, which is coming up a little bit later, this is an individual competition, albeit these guys are competitors. They're winners, both of them. how much thought is going to go into that? Because surely both players in that game are going to try and win, no matter what. And look, from a Man City esports perspective, they would like the results to, the players to be getting as many points as they can. But in this one, you just got to sit back and let them go at each other.
Yeah, of course, it's friendly competition. I think it's tough for the boys because they work all season together through all year. So you don't really want to play your team at any times. But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner. So these boys have to face each other. But luckily, it's in the group and league phases, and hopefully they can avoid each other in the knockouts if they get past. But it's a big game for them both, and they want to try and, I guess, have the bragging rights of who's the #1 at Man City.
Yeah, bragging rights indeed. And of course, Guga Faraz is also part of the Man City esports division as well. He's representing the team that he qualified with whilst being here. I mean, one thing that we've seen, Puckett, is the goals, the amount of goals. We can't say it enough. There are so many goals going in every single moment.
High-scoring games across the board, and we are just 2 sets in. Reminder, we are going to do 3 sets today. That is 3 matches on each stage, and of course, we have 3 days of this. So at the end, we mentioned you want to have at least 7 points, maybe 8 points after watching this opening round. Shells, what are we feeling?
Yeah, you can't really put a number on it, but I think 7 is a safe bet. I think if you got 8, you're definitely
good.
Through. If you don't make it through at 8, I'm sorry, brother. That's not on me. But I think you can't really put a number on it. But 8 or 7.
7, you reckon 7 points is getting you in that 24?
There's a few. There might be 1 or 2 7 that might not make it.
So what about top 8 then? Because that
top 8's got to be double digits.
I think we're gonna see. 11. I think we're gonna see a very, very important aspect of it, which is the tiebreaker style, the head-to-heads and everything like that within this format. This is the best format in FC, in my opinion. We've seen it.
You like the format?
I absolutely love this format. I'm so glad that it's here at the World Championships. It's also nice to see tactically how the players sort of react to where they are in the leaderboards. Of course, everyone wants that top 8, but I mean, if you get in the top 8, you go into a round.
You're guaranteed top 16.
Yeah, you're guaranteed top 16. So prize money wise, you're happy, but you also have to play your first game against an opponent who's already had a game in the round before.
But didn't you play 6 games to get there? Isn't that enough?
I hear it, but on the day, Shells, you're better placed to answer this, right? On the day, would you rather have a first game to settle in, be confident, and then play against someone who's in the top 8? Of course, if you're playing the top 8 player, you're playing one of the best in the competition so far. Or would you rather be in that top 8, in that 16, and come up against someone who's warm, who's confident, who's just had a great win to get there? What are you thinking?
I'm a 50-50 man because I like.
Oh, I'm gonna sit on the fence. That's not allowed on my desk. I need an A or a B. Pick one.
Okay, hear me out. I think I would take the skip of the round just because it takes a lot of pressure.
Right.
But
I can prep for both people too.
But having the advantage of maybe winning the round before, it is a bit of an unfair advantage in a way. But I like to relax, so let me skip around, please.
Just take the prize money. You're happy.
I'm good,
like
bro.
it.
In this sport, how much are you guys prepping for your opponent? Or are you purely playing your game? Because there's counter picks in other titles where you're making sure that your opponent can't play their perfect game.
Surely you've got to just prepare to score goals in this game.
Yeah.
Speaking of scoring goals, I'm told our casters are ready to call some. The next round of games is ready. Take it away, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you very much, guys.
Rich, just one thing. Shells, how is that fence you're sitting on? How is it? How is it looking like? Come on, we're here to give predictions. Rich, I know you're a man of predictions. Did Umid against MS Tasari, how is it looking for you?
It's just such a tough one because you don't know what to expect from Dossary. Obviously, you can talk about his accolades all day long. 2018 world champion, multiple time champion across the board. However, when it comes down to it, he's also the chairman of Team Falcons. He's also a very, very, very busy man. But he's still applying himself. He finished second in the ESPL Saudi Pro League title behind that man right there, Abu Maka, a once Falcon, now no longer. So if I were to give a prediction, I think Umit wins. However, I'm more intrigued to see what the King of the Jungle can offer us.
I agree 100%. I'm curious to see how MS Tasari is going to play in here, because I know, as you mentioned, being the CEO, being the chairman of Falcons.
Busy guy.
He's a busy guy, but I know he's been working with Javi Villar for a couple of years, but specifically for these last couple of months. I'm curious to see how he's going to approach this FC Pro World Championship as well.
I'll take you a little peek behind the curtain. Obviously, Team Falcons, this is almost their tournament. They've won it twice now. They are looking for the ultimate prize, the club championship, the top spot. There was maybe a conversation saying, you want to come on and maybe talk about that? How important is it that Team Falcons have a great representation in the FC Pro World Championships? I'm not the CEO of Team Falcons this week. I'm a player, was his answer. I think that shows maybe the mindset that we're going to get from Mr. MS Dosseri. On the other side,
welcome back to the B Stream, everyone, where you do not miss a single piece of the action here at the FC Pro World Championships at EWC 26. And we've got another fantastic game in front of us from the group stages. We've got Paolo Neto going against Chris de Boer. We have a Team Liquid man, of course, who's probably going to be very eager to contribute to Team Liquid with the EWC Championship, of course, looming at the end of EWC for someone to collect. But at the start of this one, it's going to be the Irishman who's on the attack, Chris de Boer, the Eredivisie champion. He's going to look to find a little ball into Paruello. Well cut out, though, by Scott McTominay. And look at Paruello on the other side. Completely open. Instead, chooses to use Ousmane Dembele. Going to build a little bit slower here. Paolo Neto. The Team Liquid man looking for an opportunity to strike here. De Bruyne does get that opportunity, but not looking too good on the old finish in there. Paolo Neto just sends that one way wide of the upright. Ooh, give it away high up the pitch here. Paolo Neto on the attack. Has a chance to feed it back into De Bruyne. Instead, he's going to go straight through the middle with the roulette and the finesse shot into the top corner. Paolo Neto, the E-Libertadores champion, takes the lead here. He's up 1-0. It's a little bit of a mistake in the build-up, it felt like there from Chris de Boer. Gave that ball away a little bit too easily, turning back into trouble. As now the Team Liquid man steps forward again, De Bruyne. Just fakes the player lock to see if he could move a couple of those defenders. Who will back into Saka. Space now, tries that first time ball. LD in a good position to intercept this time. And there's that first time through ball, and out of nowhere, Chris de Boer has a chance, lifts it into the top corner with a finesse shot. And all of a sudden, we are tied up at 1-1 here. Lopez will find the equalizer. The first real attack of any note coming in from Chris de Boer turns into an equalizing goal. That first time over the top through ball, still so effective. Lopez now fires it into the feet of Kika, who's going to go back inside to Bellingham now. The reverse ball to Jude Bellingham, gets the better of his man and the right side of him, off the player lock and the low driven. Jude Bellingham will put Paolo Neto back into the lead here. 2-1 off the back of a beautiful player lock to stay away from his man, and the finish matched the pass. On the search for an equalizer here, Chris de Boer. Lopez into Bellingham. Gets that ball back as well. Lopez with a chance to strike, and it's 2-2. Chris de Boer in front of goal is looking nothing short of clinical at the moment. 2 chances, 2 goals, both fantastic finishes. From the restart, big crossfield ball. Tomini looks for that first time pass into the feet of the attacker. Doesn't work this time around, but gets that ball back pretty quickly. No player lock to send Paruello out wide. Bellingham now inside of the box. Oh, Dembele, all kinds of space. And Paolo Neto has his time in front of goal. 3-2 now. Beautifully worked there. Bellingham just creating the underlap essentially to leave Dembele in so much space. The Frenchman made no mistake in front of goal. But Christopher has been so clinical in front of goal. It's been 2 chances, 2 goals. It's 3 chances, 3 goals. Another equaliser. And as soon as Paulo Neto gets into the lead, it feels like Christopher answers back immediately. Bellingham this time just shows too much to Maldini. Here's Lopez. Vitinha. O'Reilly will send it wide to Parajuelo. Inside, looking for that ball into Bellingham. Intercepted, but we'll keep possession here. Vitinha just allowed to turn. And here's Lopez. Almost got past Maldini. There's a very well-timed tackle, and it had to be. All sorts of space was opening up. There's the creative run as McTominay now has a chance to strike and have him sent into that space by Paulo Neto. Scott McTominay doesn't let him down. A great finish in at that near post. And for the 4th time in this game, Paulo Neto takes the lead. Just going to be caught offside here on the attack, Christopher, and that's going to be a little bit of an opportunity to grab some air for Paulo Neto. It feels like every time he's got in the lead, well, every time he has got in the lead in this game, immediately a chance is created by Christopher and, more importantly, put away. And this time he doesn't give the ball away, doesn't give him the chance to attack. As I say that, he might have done exactly that. Parajuelo, a little ball roll scoop inside. Lopez trying to find that ball back, but now on the counter-attack, look at the space here for Bellingham. Tries to play it early on the player lock to Dembele. And turns possession back over. Nico O'Reilly goes into midfield here. Parajuelo away from her man. Oh, it's a beautiful move and a fantastic finish from Kika Nazareth. The little finesse shot into the top corner. And once again, Christopher showing in front of goal that he is making every single opportunity count. Player lock into Saka. O'Reilly will win that one though. Now Lopez on the counter-attack has a chance to thread through the player who was sent on that run. Can't quite make it. This time, though, it's a foot race, and Parajuelo's going to win that one every day. Oh, it's a great save by Casillas, though. And we stay tied up at 4-4, 10 minutes until half-time. Bellingham. Into the feet of Lopez. Chance to strike across goal. Another low-driven. And another fantastic finish from Christopher, making no mistakes in front of goal. Really has been the definition of clinical when those chances have come. And for the first time in this game, now he takes the lead. Saying that, Dembele, Casillas equal to it. Big chance for Dembele, big chance for Paulo Neto. The corner, though, still to be taken. Knocked down on the edge of the box. Here's Dembele. Goes for that finesse shot from distance. Will be another corner here. Pressure's still on. As halftime beckons. Huber will win the header, though. Pressure's still on, though. The ball will fall to Maldini. Here's Dembele. Huber, maybe not the man you want in that position. Bellingham certainly is, but it's going to be Lopez who gets back defensively. Just to relieve the pressure for a second. Now, Christopher will be feeling all kinds of confidence should a chance come his way. So good in front of goal so far in this group stage game. But Paolo Neto denies him even getting a shot away here. Here's O'Reilly. Paolo Neto looking to find an equaliser just before half-time. Not going to be able to thread that pass through, though. Maldini equal to it. Continue, though. Beautiful long ball onto Bukayo Saka. Got runners inside as well. One of those is going to be Lopez. Bellingham was through the middle, and I wondered if he was looking for him there, Christopher. Maybe just a little bit too much power onto that pass. And Dembele into Bellingham. The strength from Arroyo, though. It felt like Bellingham was moments away from pulling the trigger. And he will have a corner here. Paolo Neto into the edge of the box. Pubu knocks it down to Saka. Dembele exchanging with Saka. Saka now with a chance to strike. Casillas turns it round. It will be another corner. Same recipe here. Dembele, finesse. Casillas again. We'll keep Christopher in the lead as we head into half-time. It's one goal separating the two players. 5-4, the Dutchman leads. So second half underway here. Christopher with a 5-4 advantage. It was Paolo Neto who led on 4 different occasions in that first half, but wasn't able to establish a 2-goal difference at any point. Just Christopher, every time he attacked, just got that chance and put it away, and then finally took the lead towards the end of the half. And with possession from the restart here, might be looking to be the first player who does find a 2-goal advantage. Here's Lopez. Around the outside, pulls it back. Araujo will be there just about. Saka drives it into the feet of Dembele. Bellingham making that creative run, triggered through the inside once more. Back out to Bukayo Saka. Tries to thread it through to Bellingham. Just got a little bit congested there for Paolo Neto. First time through ball over the top. This time a little bit wishful thinking. Doesn't quite make its target. Bellingham and Saka will combine once more, the two Englishmen. Bellingham gets that ball back, has a chance to strike. Great slide tackle coming in, though, from Christopher. Maldini, right man in the right place to make that tackle. Here's Bellingham. De Bruyne now. Looking to create. Into the feet of Bellingham once more. Here's Dembele. Oh, it's a beautiful cancel into the shot opportunity. It felt like the space was there, but just at the last second disappeared. But here's Dembele with all sorts of space. Can't beat the goalkeeper, but the tackle too heavy for the referee's liking, and we have a chance from the spot for the equaliser. Straight down the middle, no mistakes from Paolo Neto. We are tied up on 5-5. Felt like he could have got away with that, having got the shot away. The referee pulls that one back, awards the spot kick, and Paolo Neto makes no mistake. So back all square here, as De Bruyne makes the interception and is sprinting his way forward. Araujo just waiting for the run through the middle and finds Bellingham. Casillas again will not be beaten at that near post. To the edge of the box. Pubu down to Dembele. Here's Nazareth trying to find the ball through, but just gets pushed off of it by the strength of Maldini. De Bruyne looking to force that ball into the feet of the striker, but not going to be able to find his target. There's a first-time ball over the top now. Does Lopez have the pace to get away? Tries to turn back inside, but again, it's Maldini and that strength that's the difference maker. Oh, beautiful vision. Beautiful ball, but just offside. Almost a fantastic pass from Paolo Neto. Here's Vitinha. On the other end, though, for Chris de Boer. Still 5-5. Still nothing between the two. Bellingham had all sorts of space to go into. And maybe just rushed the shot a little bit there. First time we've seen maybe the nerves and the pressure starting to get hold of one of the players. Vitinha, the ball roll scoop away from the attentions of Kevin De Bruyne. Lopez trying to burst through the middle. Give it away, though. Little mistake. And Lopez, no mistake this time in front of goal. Chris de Boer back into the lead now, 6-5. But from the kickoff, the offside trap is broken. Bellingham's in, and it's 6-6. Low driven under the goalkeeper. And just caught out from the kickoff. So all square once again. And still plenty of time left in this game. It has been a goal fest between these two players. And here's Saka, and there might be another one here. Casillas will gather, though. Now, as it stands, both these players would come out of this game with just a single point. In the group stages, here's Lopez. First time ball. Casillas quickly off his line, though. To collect once again here for Paolo Neto. To create the angle, but Chris de Boer just wouldn't allow it to happen. Here's Lopez. Tries to thread it through to Nazareth, who just ran through the middle there. Bellingham. De Jong went with him all the way. Saka. Waiting for those runners. One of those is going to be Vitinha. There's that ball roll scoop again, just to get the half a yard to create an angle for a pass. Saka now. Trying to do likewise. De Bruyne just perfectly positioned there for that cutback. Great defending coming in from Paolo Neto. As now Paolo Neto looks to go forward. McTominay looked to burst through the middle. Wasn't to be. As we enter the last 20 minutes in game. See that run being triggered from midfield. Saka is beyond his man. Saka into Kiki. That's going to be Kika. Nazareth with the finish. And it's going to be the lead. Once again, flipping back and forth. This time it's going to be Chris de Boer. So changes being made on either side as we come out of the pause after that goal that could be a difference maker and currently is a difference maker in the scoreline. Chris de Boer up 7-6. And Paolo Neto immediately cueing another pause here, not happy with something. He might be a little bit happier after the end of this attack. Here's Dembele. Two players over. Musiala. Beautiful cancel back inside, and it's 7-7. So Paolo Neto gives himself a chance as we approach the last 15 minutes in game of this game. Every single group stage match that we've watched so far has been on a knife edge. Both players have been asked to come from behind numerous times in this game. Granit Xhaka on the pitch here for Chris de Boer. Here's Lamine Yamal looking to use that incisive pass, just a thread. One of those on-running players through on goal. Wasn't to be, but keeps possession here. Lamine Yamal inside to Pina. Going to wait and see if he can thread the ball. Pina actually wins that ball back off of Maldini. Goes for the strike across goal. Casillas equal to it, but it is a corner. Here for Chris de Boer. Yamal all the way back to Maldini. Here's Granit Xhaka. Coutinho just turning away from the attentions of one. It's to recycle though to Araujo. Here's Pina. Beautiful ball through. Lamine Yamal. That's a penalty. Paolo Neto had to make the tackle. Dives in. Gives it away. Now can you make it count? Yes, you can, Chris de Boer. Goes to the bottom left. And goes into a lead as we're into the last 10 minutes of this match. So Paolo Neto has about 10 minutes. He counts stoppage time on this game to make something happen, to find an equaliser. Chris de Boer, it's all about holding on. Then Ballet will recycle this. Gets a little bit fortunate as the ball falls back to him. Tries to force that ball through, and now on the counter-attack, look at Pina. Maldini is there, though. Had to be perfect in that, and picked up a booking for that tackle that conceded the penalty, Paolo Maldini. And no more diving in for the Italian unless absolutely required. Chris de Boer with Musiala, though. Araujo in position once again to cut it out here for Chris de Boer, but here's Pina round the outside, chance, goes near post, and that's the first time we see a little bit of daylight between these two players. Chris de Boer now up 9-7. But still time, but it has to be perfect for Paolo Neto. Essentially needs to score from this attack to have enough time to have another. Here's Dembele, tries to thread the needle. Maldini is there, and with that, and with possession turning over to the Dutchman, Chris de Boer, this could be 3 points going to the Ajax man. Just got to see this one out. Lamine Yamal gets that ball back as it's dinked over the top. The burst of acceleration from Yamal. Back inside. Musiala. Parajuelo. Oh, it's a fantastic finish. Game, set, and match. Chris de Boer, 10-7. Game has been within one for the majority, but in the final stages, it's been the Dutchman who's been able to separate himself. That finish emphatic to really put the exclamation point on this performance, and it might be time for another one here. Casillas sticks a toe end out to turn it behind, but the hard work is done here for Chris de Boer. And the Ajax man will collect 3 points. It's just about how it finishes here. Parajuelo steps through. Might be time for another one. Casillas trying his best to keep it somewhat respectable. As the referee will get ready to end this game any second now. That is it. Chris de Boer, 10-7 over Paolo Neto. 3 points collected for the Dutchman. Take a look at some of these replays from the game, and there is going to be plenty of them. A real goal fest between these two. Lovely little roulette inside from Paruello to give Paulo Neto the lead. Little first time over the top through ball to respond as Lopez went through on goal and slotted that one away as well. And then it was Paulo Neto's chance. Getting Bellingham through on goal, slots it under the goalkeeper to finish that one off. And then the back and forth between these two players continued. Low-driven shot from Lopez again across goal. That made it 2-2. Then it was Paulo Neto's chance with Dembele, 3-2. Then surprise, surprise, it was 3-3 just moments later. Vitinha steps away from De Bruyne, finds Saka. Saka finds the corner. And that was the story of this game for quite some time. Bellingham off the creative run of McTominay made it 4-3 to Paulo Neto, but then once again pulled back almost immediately. Beautiful finish from Kika Nazareth into the top corner. And then for the first time in the game, Chris de Boer finds himself into the lead with Vicky Lopez firing across goal. A penalty though for Paulo Neto, the first of two in this game. Meant we went 5-5. And then he goes back into the lead. Almost. Casillas turned that one away. And then just a little bit of a rush past. Vicky Lopez does put Chris de Boer back into the lead 6-5 from the kickoff. Off the back of the offside trap being triggered. Bellingham beats it. Paulo Neto makes it 6-6, but this was the difference-making part of this game. Saka in behind. The finish comes in. And that was the one goal advantage. Musiala, beautiful turn back here to make it 7-7. Then the penalty. Maldini sliding in. Gave it away. 8-7 to Chris de Boer. And then finally, one of the players found themselves with a 2-goal advantage. 9-7. Yamal came back inside and a fantastic finish from Paruello on that far side made it 10-7. And that's one of the longest replay packages I think we're going to see today. Lots of goals in that previous game. And of course, a lot to talk about. But at the end of it, Chris de Boer is the man who comes away in the group stage with those valuable 3 points. Plenty more AFC Pro Championship to come, though. And we'll find out a little bit more who's going to be playing straight after this break. Welcome back to the FC Pro World Championships, everybody, live from Paris. Welcome to the B stream, where you don't miss a thing. And we've got PHZin versus Hezes in our next group stage game. It'll be the Brazilian versus the Italian to see who can come away with the points, or if it'll be a share of 1 point each if we don't see anyone getting the better of the other. Now, on the attack here is going to be Hezes, the Italian. A little bit of quick pass in here. Looking for the return ball back to Bukayo Saka. Not going to be found. Little manual pass out wide. Well, PHZin here. Out wide to Parajuelo. Run continues in the box. A lot of players attracted to the ball here, which means there's going to be space elsewhere. Bellingham goes for that finesse shot. Not going to test the goalkeeper this time around. A good block coming in this time from the centre back. Now on the attack is Hezes. The Italian here to work his way through the play-ins to find himself here at the finals. And giving the ball away to the E Libertadores champion. Here's Dembele in the box for the Brazilian. Can't quite make it through though. A couple of opportunities to find that killer pass, not quite executed as yet for both sides. As Davies now turns away from the attentions of the defender. As it's just patiently building up here. Yapstam fires that ball into midfield as De Jong is going to pick that ball up. Back to Nazareth here. It's going to be Davies. Out to Parajuelo. Good attentive defending here from PHZin. Finally given away, and it's going to be Maldini now who plays it out to O'Reilly and a chance to counter-attack for PHZin. All over the top. McTominay's going to get there first. Now, can he outmuscle Araujo? No, he can't. That's very calmly. Hezes just lifts that one out to Alphonso Davies. Starts an attack of his own. Saka, though, does well defensively. Here's Bellingham. McTominay. Nice patient build-up from both players in the attack so far, but no strike on goal as yet. Here's Dembele, though, maybe looking to change that. Dembele looks for that low-driven across goal, but Orejo will be there to get that block in. Here's Dembele. Looks at the ball into the attacker. Not going to find his target this time around, and Saka can counter-attack once again here for PHZin. Immediately finds a through ball. And Casillas just about gets enough on it to turn it around the post. Will be a corner here. Into that back post. Pubil's going to be free. Bellingham. Threads it through. Parajuelo looks for that ball roll into the low driven. Not going to happen. Casillas with the save, and then a combination of players actually sends it behind for a corner. So pressure's still on here for PHZin. McTominay wide. Lots of space here. Three players attracted to the ball. McTominay looking for the player who's going to have the space. Here's Bellingham, but Yapstam strong in the tackle this time around. Dembele. There's that player lock coming in, trying to find a little bit of space. Can't quite mark it here. PHZin really struggling to stay with that runner. Keeper will turn it behind for a corner, though. Here's Davies. Lifts that one out to the left-hand side. It's going to be Yapstam back inside. Into the feet now of Dembele. Hezes starting to just purr a little bit on the edge of that final third. Instead just goes back to reset here. Value in possession. De Jong into Parajuelo. Now the chance. Ball roll into that near post, and we do have the deadlock broken. It's going to be Kika Nazareth who gets that first goal of the game, and it's the Italian who goes into the lead. So PHZin finds himself down. It's the first real chance that we've seen of the game. Dembele, though, tiptoeing his way towards goal. Almost gets away from the attention of the defender. Yapstam with a big last-second block that comes in. Saliba now will send this one out wide. Rojo in at fullback here for Hezes. Italian very patient in build-up at the moment. Into Dembele, just turns into trouble though. Arjuelo maybe with the chance to just stretch her legs a little bit, find a ball in behind. You can see the idea there, just trying to find that runner. Not quite connecting again. Dembele back into De Jong, looking for that first time ball through. There was a little bit of space left in the center of that defense, but pass not good enough to find it. Bellingham gets tackled by De Jong, strong in the tackle there. And now Hezes comes forward himself. Dembele. People strong enough to push Arjuelo off the ball, but given away. Saka will collect. Bellingham into De Jong. Bellingham just going to be dropping deep here to pick the ball up. And again, Hezes just value in possession with that goal advantage. Has the right to play the game the way he wants. Dembele now. Lots of runs being triggered off the ball, just trying to take the attention away from the defenders. Here's Bellingham, looks to line up a finesse shot. Dembele, who gathers now as the player lot comes in, into the feet of Nazareth. Back inside. Quick pass in here. Saka has to beat the defender, though. Beats one, but Stam was the player being controlled. And too much of a mountain of a man to get past in that situation. Here's McTominay, though. Just won back very quickly here by PH Zin. Into the feet now. Shot comes in towards that far post, but Casillas is good enough to measure up to it. Hubil tries to knock it down for the on-running player. Not going to happen. It looks like Hezes will be able to breathe. Runner from deep. Isn't going to be used this time around, but it creates a space here for Bellingham to drive into. There's that creative run trying to find the feet of Bukayo Saka, but very well tracked by PH Zin. Arjuelo now with the chance to stride forward. Nazareth into Dembele. Here's Bellingham. Dembele is waiting in the middle. Can he find the pass though here? PH Zin. They've done a little bit too much. It's Alphonso Davies who just leans onto Bellingham and gets that ball back once again. That through ball is going to create all sorts of problems though. Here's Nazareth. Round the outside, the pace, electric at the byline, but the pass does not match up to it. Couldn't find a target in the box to find that final touch that he was looking for there. With around 5 minutes plus stoppage time until half time here, Hezes has possession of the ball and a chance to just create one more chance before the referee brings this half to a close. Here is Hezes. Davies. Into Saka. Saka taking the long way around. Nazareth turning away. Two players drawn to her. Outside now is Saka. Bellingham goes for that finesse. This time it's Pubel who's in the way. And it will be a corner. Hezes continuing to keep the pressure on here. Still time for one more attack for the Italian. Saliba still up from that corner. Bellingham into Dembele. Lovely little cancel on the edge of the box. Almost managed to wriggle his way through, but at the break here, it will be Hezes who has that one goal advantage. 1-0 is where we find ourselves. Into the second half, we find ourselves then between PHZin and Hezes in our group stages here at the FC Pro World Championship. If you're just joining us, welcome along. Make sure that you're not missing out on any of the action. Of course, we have the main broadcast here on the B stream, but we also have a C and D stream going at the moment, so you can make sure you don't miss any of the action. All of the players in the group stages have to play 6 games, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, nothing for a loss. As Saka gets in and ties the game up here. Moments into the second half, PHZin finds a way to tie things up. A beautiful finesse shot into that far corner from the Arsenal man. And Hezes, who works so hard to keep that goal advantage all the way through the first half, has it erased immediately as we start the second 45. Hezes is in though. Bellingham with a chance to strike across goal. No low driven this time around, just blasts it in the top corner, and Jude Bellingham gives Hezes his goal advantage back. From the kickoff, PHZin immediately on the attack. Saka inside, chance for a finesse shot himself. This time not as accurate, and Casillas will fly to his right and gladly gather the ball into his grasp. But much more action at the start of this second half than what we saw in the first 45. As is out wide here to Saka. Influential in a lot of opportunities for both sides. Saliba now steps out of that centre-back position, tries to take a bit of space in midfield. PHZin making sure that he's staying close, but he's left Dembele free after the pass through. And Hezes finds himself 3-1 up now. Daylight between the two players here. Now PHZin on the attack himself. Looking to close that gap once more. Chance to go across goal. Goes near post instead. And it is a 1-goal difference again between our two players. PHZin does not let that 2-goal lead last for long. Hezes still in the lead, but PHZin answers back. Hezes now on the attack, looking to restore that 2-goal advantage. Saka back to Arroyo. Bellingham. Combining with Frankie de Jong. It's going to be Bellingham who wins it back on the other side here for Hezes. And look at the players who are flowing forward for him. Gets that player lock. There's a creative run in front of him as well. It's about finding and timing that pass. Saliba strong. Fantastic tracking coming in from Hezes defensively there. You can see a pause being queued up for PHZin, knowing that with 30 minutes left in game, he's going to have to be the player who takes the initiative in changing something here on the attacking end of the pitch. But before he gets to that pause, he's got to be careful that he doesn't go, but down by more, and down by more he will be. Hezes makes it 4-2 and restores the 2-goal advantage. So Hezes opens up a 2-goal advantage now with 30 minutes left in the game. Still a lot of time here for PHZin to turn this around, but with the way that Hezes is controlling possession, he's going to have to make the most of the chances when they come. First one is going to be denied. As now Hezes has that right to play the game at his pace once again. 2 goals the advantage for the Italian here. You can see PHZin trying to pressure high up the pitch. Pressure on for Hezes. One mistake here and you're going to give an opportunity away, but he works it well to create some space. Dembele now, he's going to be completely free. Hezes decides to recycle himself, wait for the arriving players to come and join the attack. Doesn't need to force this. Here's Nazareth. McTominay says, that's mine. Just steps through it to win that ball back. McTominay now starting to become creator into the feet of Bellingham. Looks for that through ball again, but Yapstam, great positioning from the Dutchman to find his body in the way of that pass. As PHZin comes forward again, there's that player lock. Trying to find an angle for the pass, finds that angle for the pass. What a tackle that is from Hezes though. The slide tackle from Yapstam, perfectly timed. And it had to be in that scenario as Ousmane Dembele was ready to pull the trigger to turn this back into maybe a 1-goal game between the two players. There's that player lock again. Plenty of space here. Finds his way through. Can he find his way towards goal though? Yes, he can. PHZin bundles the ball home. And we do have a 1-goal game. So 1 goal, the difference between the two players out of the pause. 20 minutes left in this game for PHZin to find an opportunity. The ball was bundled home off of the back of that cutback. And now, having won the ball back again with Musiala, here comes the Brazilian. And all of a sudden, Hezes not looking as confident as he did a few moments ago. Tchouameni going to be sent forward on that run. From midfield, here's Saka. Referee's not going to give anything there. As Parahuelo pushes Bukayo Saka off the ball. O'Reilly will finally win the ball back as it became a little bit scrappy in midfield. There's that player lock again from PHZin. He's in behind once more. The strength might be enough for Saliba to push him off the ball. A little risky bit of passing inside the 18-yard box there with a 1-goal advantage, but good composure from Hezes. Dembele now. Nazareth, beautiful dribbling. Here's Dembele. Avoids the tackle coming in. It's actually a great save across goal. It denies Hezes regaining that 2-goal advantage. Hezes just buying himself a little bit of time here. Approaching the last 10 minutes of this game. Stam now into Frankie de Jong. You see PHZin has just turned up the pressure a little bit. That press has to be made to try and win this ball back. Dembele. Houdini comes in and steals it off of him though. Picks his pocket. Saka tries to turn away and does so from the attentions of Frankie de Jong. Tchouaméni. Dembele dances away from one, but can't get away from the attentions of Jude Bellingham. Hezza's doing a great job defensively there to just stick to his man. Tchouaméni, though, fresh on the pitch, makes that interception. Going to keep the pressure on here. Great chance. Musiala! PHZ is back in this game. It's 4-4. Fantastic finesse shot into that top corner. And now Hezza's has to answer some questions. Can you find a winner? Will it be Hezza's or PHZ who comes out of this game with the win and with the points? Tchouaméni. Into Saka. Tchouaméni continues that run from midfield on the outside, and he will be found. It's Tchouaméni. Casillas with the save. Corner here for PHZ. All of a sudden, it feels like the Brazilian has all the momentum here. Hezza's wins that important battle on the edge of the box, and then on the counter-attack, cynically brought down. Hezza's with possession into the last 5. Bellingham is through. Goes for the chip and executes it perfectly. Hezza's back into the lead with a fantastic finish from Jude Bellingham. 5-4. The Italian is back in front. PHZ, who's done so well to work his way back into this game, now has to answer if he could find an equalizer again. Hezza's, though, with the interception and the throw-in, will keep possession here. Every second that Hezza's controls this ball is going to be agony for PHZ, knowing that he needs that ball to find an equalizer. Trying to press up the pitch. Hezza's is not buying it. Sends that ball wide now to Bellingham, who could be the difference maker between the two players here with that final goal. Here's Nazareth out wide to Arroyo. You can see the game plan here from Hezza's. Buy time. A few more seconds left in this game, and he will take all 3 points. Casillas out to Davies. Davis out to touch, and that will be the game. And the points going to Hezza's. A 5-4 win for the Italian. We'll take a look at the replays from that game as well now. It was Hezza's who took the lead here. First goal of the game coming in from Kike Nazareth. It was PHZ who answered back pretty soon after, though. With a shot of his own, didn't manage to beat the goalkeeper that time around, which then allowed PHZ to go forward with a little bit more of an option to shoot in this situation. Saka with the finesse shot across goal to make it 1-1. Jude Bellingham bursting past the defender here to fire into the top corner just before half-time for Hezza's. And then in this half, Dembele through on goal, made no mistake to make it 3-1, and then PHZ started to mount the comeback. Paraguayo got away from the attention to the defender, fired it in at that near post. And some quick exchanges from Bellingham and co allowed Hezza's to find the opportunity to get that 2-goal cushion. But then a bit of a mess in the middle, and the ball was bundled home, made it 4-3. PHZ once again on that comeback. And then a fantastic finesse shot here from Musiala into that far post. Made it 4-4, but this is the moment that changed the game. Bellingham running from deep, getting on the end of that, and a beautiful, well-paced chip over the goalkeeper into the back of the net means that Hezza's, most importantly, gets the 3 points and gets the win in that game. And this is what everyone is going to be playing for, of course, here at the FC Pro Championship. Lots of money on the line. And when I say lots, I mean like a boatload. There's over $1 million on the line, $250,000 available if you win in Paris, $150,000, of course, for second. And you can read beautifully as we go down what is on the line for everybody who has descended upon Paris for the FC Pro World Championships at Esports World Cup 26. And this is how it's working. If you're joining us for the first time, you're joining us here in the group stages. This is the tournament format. We have 36 players who descended upon Paris. The top 24 will advance to the playoffs. At the moment, we're in the group stages, which is where we have 6 matches per player. The bottom 12 after the group stages are done will be eliminated in a couple of days' time. And then the top 8 will go through to the league stage to the round of 16 before we move into our single elimination bracket, where those 24 players will fight it out for a chance at some of that prize money that we've just shown you a few moments ago. And Hezers with those 3 points is going to be feeling pretty good after that big win against PH Zin. Certainly getting those 3 points on the board when we're talking about what the points are going to be like for qualification. 3 is certainly going to give you a little boost on your way through to potentially qualify. We're going to go for a quick break now, but don't go too far. The FC Pro World Championship at EWC 26 will continue. Welcome back, you beautiful people, to the FC Pro World Championships live from Paris as part of Esports World Cup 26. The group stage continues here on the B stream, and we're of course very happy that you're here joining us. We've got RVP Legend, who we saw a little bit earlier on today. This time he's got a new opponent in front of him. It's Guga Ferraz, the Manchester City man, who's immediately going to be on the attack here, the Brazilian, and might get a second chance at this. Mo Salah on the outside of the left foot. Casillas early. A little smile, or right smile, we'll call that, from RVP Legend, as he almost finds himself one down to a little bit of misfortune. William Pacho steps in, and now a chance to counter-attack. Look at this 2v2 situation that's opened up here. Creative run, I think that's just going to be offside here. Lionel Messi will put this one home. In fact, linesman's flag will stay down. It is a perfectly timed through ball, and Lionel Messi makes no mistake. It's 1-0 to RVP Legend. I'd see a little bit of VAR on that one if we had the opportunity. Felt like that was extremely close to being offside, but decision was made that that was onside. At the other end, it's going to be Mo Salah again. Once again, testing Casillas. Not good enough to beat the Spaniard in the goal at the moment. Here's RVP Legend trying to burst around the outside. Not going to be able to get past Nico O'Reilly. There's now Salah, who's been certainly involved in the shots taken so far by Guga Ferraz. Gives the ball away. Here's Messi, the goal scorer. Gets the ball back from Dembele. Beautiful through ball weighted to Parajuelo. Here's De Bruyne looking for that finesse. Charged down and out for a corner. Bellingham out to the edge of the box with that manual pass. De Bruyne back inside. Dembele turning. O'Reilly steps in, and now a counter-attack opportunity here for Guga Ferraz. Here's Mo Salah. Player lock faked out this time. Salah now stepping through. Bellingham on the overlap, looks for that ball roll low driven. Peanut on the follow-up. It's a little bit messy inside of the box here, and it will end up as a corner for Guga Ferraz. Now, what's he going to try here? Lots of movement on the edge of the box, looking for the knockdown potentially. Finds the knockdown, finds Bellingham, who finds the base of the post. And he bounces out for yet another corner here. Guga Ferraz really turning up the pressure onto RVP Legend. This time the keeper will go and gather Casillas claims from the cross. And the pressure will momentarily be relieved. Here's Messi making the run ahead of Dembele. There's that player lock to find the Argentinian. Turning back inside, there's the finesse. You cannot give Messi that kind of space. And you cannot give RVP Legend that opportunity to find the top corner. It's 2-0. Wonderful finish from the Argentinian. Now Guga Ferraz, who was putting pressure onto RVP Legend, has a long way to get back into this game. 2 down after just 17 minutes here. Both of these players, of course, came through the play-ins to make it to the FC Pro World Championship. And we'll know what it likes to feel sat in one of those chairs in Paris. Better than most. Saka bursting around the outside. And the run from Messi will be found off the back of the player lock. His player lock's causing all sorts of problems on the defensive side. Guga Ferraz is a long way behind now. RVP Legend 3 to the good, as Jude Bellingham will find that top corner. back into the game, and Guga Ferraz with a lot to answer for. Elongated pause, probably just trying to tactically adjust things here to find a foothold in this game. Lopez now into Parajuelo. There's the tackle from Pacho, though. Messi, who's been combining so well in attack with Dembele. Now releases Parajuelo down this left-hand side. Here's Bellingham looking for that player lock again. Finding Saka in space once again. Drags the shot a little bit there. RVP legend. As Pina finds the ball into Salah. And a chance, but just offside. Guga Ferraz, who already has 3 points on the board today, taking an 8-7 win over Emre Yilmaz. A big win for him. A long way to go to think about getting points out of this game. Already 3-0 down. And it might be more in a few seconds' time. Messi looking for that finesse shot. Gonna send it wide of the defender and back into that top corner. This time the defender gets in the way. But Bellingham wins the ball back immediately. There's that player lock again. Messi goes for the finesse from distance. Falls to Saka here. Bellingham again. Makes that interception, and finally Guga Ferraz gets a second to get the ball up the other end of the pitch. Lopez into Wharton. Great player switch again as Pacha just steps out to intercept. Here's Dembele into the feet of Messi. Runs being triggered all over the place at the moment. Saka is one of those, but goes just a little bit early. Speaking of confidence coming into this game, of course, RVP legend, we saw him a little bit earlier on the B stream. Managing to pick up a point against Nicholas. And a great save from Casillas. Keeps his 3-goal advantage intact here. Starting to cook a little bit though. Here's Pina. There's the first goal for Guga Ferraz. That's going to be 3-1 now. I mean, Claudio Pina, who makes the difference in that final step. First real clear opportunity at goal for him. And he finds that top corner with the finesse. So 3-1 now. RVP legend has that lead cut down just a little bit. And now the passes look like they're starting to connect here for Guga Ferraz. Here's Pina. Great tackle from Araujo again. Saka fires it into Messi. There's that player lock to find the feet of Dembele. Tried to find the ball back to Saka. Wasn't to be this time around. Pina just brushed off the ball this time by Bellingham. Messi fires it out to Bukayo Saka, straight into the Englishman's feet. RVP legend on the prowl once again around the 18-yard box. Looks for that player lock and finds it. Here's Dembele. Looks for that finesse early. Cannot beat the defender this time around. 5 minutes till half-time here. Saka once again does some defensive work, winning that ball back and creating attack himself. Here's Messi. Tries to fire it across to Ousmane Dembele, who was weighing in the middle. Pina, runners from midfield. One of them is Wharton. Tries that first time through ball to Parajuelo, who was making the run on the outside. So RVP legend once again uses that player lock. Initially to find the feet of Saka, but as we approach half time here, Guga Ferraz has the opportunity to make this feel a little bit different at the break. If he can find a goal with this attack, It's a 1-goal game between the two players, which feels a lot more comfortable than the two that he's currently staring at right now. Wharton. Trying to create some space. All of a sudden, the pace gets picked up as Lopez will find Parejuelo on the overlap. Something brewing here for Gugu Ferraz. Wharton into Bellingham. Pacho sticks out a leg, but on the follow-up, Bellingham will find the final touch. And it is going to be a 1-goal difference going into the break. 3-2, RVP Legend leads. But Gugu Ferraz has given himself a chance. Into the second half we go then at the FC Pro World Championships group stages between RVP Legend and Gugu Ferraz. And an important, vital goal for the Brazilian right on the stroke of half-time makes this a 1-goal game. Initially, RVP Legend out to a blistering start, 3-0 up. Slowly but surely though, Gugu Ferraz just chipped away at that lead. And the goal on the stroke of half-time now is going to give him some more belief going into this second half. Wins the ball back almost immediately. Pina and Wharton combining. There's the run through the middle. Parejuelo looks down at the goalkeeper. Casillas quick off his line to deny what would have been the equalising goal. Here's Wharton, goes all the way back, I think accidentally there, and has given the ball away. Here's Messi. There's the play lock again from RVP Legend to find Dembele on the overlap. Excuse me, it's Bukayo Saka now in the box. Maybe going to go for that finesse and finds the perfect angle and the perfect finish. Bukayo Saka restores the cushion here for RVP Legend. 4-2. And Gugu Ferraz now has a chance. To think about moving into a more attacking mindset. The fact that he's down by 2. He's brought it back a couple of times already, but starting to just look a little bit flustered in the attack. And RVP Legend looking to continue his strong start to the tournament in Paris by picking up 3 points here. O'Reilly out to Parejuelo. Kevin De Bruyne comes and collects. Looking for the angle for a pass. Bellingham does find that angle, but O'Reilly snaps into the tackle. And now on the counter-attack, Mo Salah. Gonna be taken down on his way forward, but Lopez is gonna keep the ball under her control. Salah can't find the return. And that player lock run outside again is found. Dembele tries to fire it in early there, but well read this time around by Gugu Ferraz. That's a mistake. Nice smile from the Brazilian. Messi. He won't mind having a go from distance, but instead he's going to do what he does best, and that's find 1v1 scenarios where he can twist and turn and try and find some angles for passes. RVP legend just trying to bait out Hugo Ferraz, who needs this ball. Waiting for the opportunity and the space to open up in front of him. Arajuelo now into Dembele. Dembele! Looking for that finesse shot once again, but it's denied this time around. Now on the counter-attack, Pina. Into Lopez, Bellingham. Maybe with the opportunity to strike himself, but the gap just appeared for a second before it evaporated in front of his eyes. Here's Pina. Walton back in, looking for that first-time shot this time around. Not going to happen. As we enter the last 30 minutes in game. RVP legend wins the ball back high up the pitch. There's that player lock once again. Strong tackle coming in, but he will keep possession. So out of the pause menu, we find ourselves back into the game. Guga Ferraz trying to make some adjustments to get himself back into this match. At the moment, it's looking like a 0-point result for him in the group stages here at the FC Pro World Championships. But it may be not looking like that in a few seconds if he can put this chance away. Casillas makes himself big to deny the Brazilian the goal that would have brought this back within one. Dembele is free on this near side. Again, that player lock. So effective in this game. Dembele now striding through the middle in towards that back post. You could see the idea, but just not finding Jude Bellingham that time around. And here comes the Brazilian now. Bellingham round the corner. Salah can't get the shot away initially and then can't collect on his way forward. Goal kick here for RVP legend. "20 in-game minutes left here to find those goals, and winning possession back is the first step." Which is exactly what Gugu Ferraz has managed to do. Bellingham. Mo Salah. Dembele. Thinking about the shot. Oh, just over the bar. A little bit too much power. Certainly a warning shot here for RVP legend. And he knows that he'll be under pressure. Gives the ball away again. on the counter-attack, RVP Legend. There's that player lock. Parajuelo into Bellingham. Muscled off of it this time around, and Parajuelo will start the counter-attack at the other end. There's a ball through the middle. And it's going to be Claudio Pina with a chance. It's a 1-goal game. Hugo Ferraz is back in this thing. And with 15 minutes left, there's a chance for him to come out of this with something. Now, if you're RVP Legend, do you stick here, try and hold this advantage, or do you try and find more? That's the answer. Saka restores the lead almost immediately. Turning back onto that left foot, a beautiful finesse shot into that far corner. And what would have been a stressful few moments, now he gets to relax in the pause screen. So RVP Legend restores that 2-goal advantage, and that will feel very, very good for the Romanian. Just a moment to settle and relax. And Gugu Ferraz now has no chance but to go forward and push to try and find a way back into this game. Here's Dembele trying to do so. Salah gives the ball away. Great defensive work from RVP Legend. Saka bursting around the outside, and he's got the pace to beat his man. Bellingham into Dembele. Parajuelo looking to use her pace. Just didn't quite have the legs to get to that one. 10 minutes left in this game. Seen some late drama already in the group stages. Pina. Salah. Bellingham. Gets that ball back, looks for the return, but now the counter-attack is on. Messi will be able to send Dembele on his way. Parajuelo is on the overlap as well. Will be found by the Frenchman. Tries to squeeze that ball past Pubel to the on-running player in the middle. Not going to happen this time around, but RVP Legend wins that ball back high up the pitch. De Bruyne now. Another goal here really would solidify this result for RVP Legend. That's Nico O'Reilly. Strides forward. Here's De Bruyne, lines it up, and there is that goal. The fist bumps between coach and RVP Legend. He knows it's done. 3 goals the difference. He leads 6-3. So for Gugu Ferraz, a difficult game here. Still plenty of games to come for the Brazilian. About taking the learnings from this one into the next. Defensively, RVP Legend has been superb in this game. And offensively, not bad either. Dembele. Maybe a late consolation here. Pina twisting and turning. Maldini will uncomfortably put the ball behind. Corner will be whipped in towards that back post. O'Reilly will win it though, using that height. Messi steals it off Bellingham. And Dembele is through on goal here. He's completely onside. Chance to make it 7. Chance taken. 7-3 to RVP Legend. Gugu Ferraz has not had an answer to the Romanian. Tough game for the Brazilian. A consolation goal in the last few moments to make it 7-4. But this really has been all about RVP Legend. And with Paruello in behind again, maybe thinking about another one. He will win a corner. Only 30 seconds left in game. The statement win here for the Romanian. And most importantly, 3 points in the group stage. 7-4 the final score here. RVP Legend will take the win. We'll take a look at some replays as well from that game. Plenty of goals to look at for everybody who's watching at home. This one about as close an offside decision as you could want, but Messi was onside. And then Messi turned goal scorer once again to make it 2-0 to RVP Legend. The third came not far after. Messi once again influential as Bellingham with that finesse shot into the far corner this time around. And then Gugu Ferres tried to just get himself back into the game. Nice move here, ended up with Pina with a finesse at that near post. And then managed to make it a 1-goal game just before half-time. Bellingham with a strike across goal and collecting his own rebound off of Pacho. Into the second half, though, Saka with the finesse shot into the fast corner gave him that 2-goal cushion back, RVP Legend. And Gugu Ferres once again tried to stay in the game. That was the goal that put him 1 goal behind his opponent. But from them, it felt like RVP Legend just flicked a little bit of a switch. 5-3 became 6-3 pretty soon afterwards from De Bruyne. And then even though there was a consolation towards the end of the game, it is going to be RVP Legend who will walk away with the 3 points. So a fantastic performance from the Romanian to keep his good form going and collect those all-important, valuable 3 points in the group stages. We're going to continue with the FC Pro World Championships in a few moments' time. We've got plenty of more games to come today. Don't go too far. Welcome back to the FC Pro World Championships. Welcome back to Paris, everybody. And welcome to Jafonzo versus Bonanno, teammate versus teammate. Two players who alongside each other won the E-Premier League this season, but now find themselves up against each other on the biggest stage in FC Pro. Early on here, almost a chance to break through, but not going to happen. This is an interesting one. You think about the mentality of both these players. Obviously, both trying to find those points, but going up against a player that you know so well from playing alongside them. You have to wonder if one of them's kept a few tricks up their sleeve for an occasion just like this one. It's Jafonzo who's going to be on the attack here. As he tries to slide that ball through, not going to be able to connect this time around. And Bonanno now, the little double tap will find Bellingham, who releases Parajuelo down that far side. Or I'll scoot back inside. Pina's waiting on the edge of the box. Attempted quick, decisive passing from Bonanno in that situation. Doesn't quite connect though. Dembele into Messi. Pina waiting for the run outside. You could see the idea. Good interception though, does come in just in the nick of time. Here's Bonanno then. Trying to find an angle for a pass into midfield. Jafonzo not allowing him to find that comfortably. Finally, that pass is going to be found. A little bit of patience on display. O'Reilly absolutely snapped into that tackle, and immediately now on the attack is Jafonzo. Of course, Jafonzo, a former EWC champion back in 2024, so he knows how to get it done on this stage. And with the ball over the top like that, might have created the first opportunity, but defender does well to just nod that one away. Parajuelo now down the other end for Bonanno. Runners arriving. Player lock inside to Musiala. There's the opening goal. Beautiful move coming in from Bonanno. And Musiala makes no mistake with that finesse shot into the top corner. So not just the points, but bragging rights on the line in this game. The two teammates, that's going to frustrate Jafonzo, having just gone down by one, just passing that ball out of play. Turning possession back over to Bonanno. Lots of runners here to find. Almost too many options. Just squeezed at the last second there, Jafonzo, to win that ball back. We built into the feet of Jude Bellingham, just dropping a little bit deeper here, being called into that position by Jafonzo. Here's Dembele. Here's McTominay. There's the equaliser. Jafonzo not behind for long here. The run from deep is found, and Scott McTominay finds that bottom left-hand corner. And we are tied up at 1-1. A good response from the former EWC champion. But now, having given that ball away, he might have created an opportunity for Bonanno to go back into that lead. And it's going to be Pina who just, with the outside of the boot, finds that bottom corner. Little low driven, going to be enough to beat the goalkeeper. And we weren't even for long here. Bonanno goes back into the lead. 2-1 is where we find ourselves. McTominay now, the goal scorer for Jafonzo. O'Reilly stepping into midfield. Acquire back into Arroyo. You can see how squeezed the defense is, but now with Dembele finding a little bit of space, it was about making sure those passing lanes were cut at just the right moment, and that's exactly what Bonanno does. Great sliding tackle there from Bellingham to win the ball back, though, for Jafonzo. And here's Messi on this right-hand side. Drives in into midfield. Waiting for that run of Dembele out wide. Player lock it into Bellingham. There's a little bit of space with the secondary player lock into McTominay here. But that squeeze again coming in from Bonanno, just timed at the right time to win that ball back once more. 23 minutes gone in this first half. Still Bonanno with the lead. Here's Pina. Parahuelo has got behind her man and burst in behind. There's the player lock. Here's Pina. Looking for the angle for that finesse in the box, though. A sliding block is going to be enough to keep this game at 2-1 and keep Jafonso within one goal. McTominay almost gave the ball away there. Again, good pressure coming in from Bonanno. Using that second man press so effectively. Here's O'Reilly. And there goes Parahuelo on this left-hand side. Cuts back towards the edge of the box. Here's Scott McTominay. Player lock into Bellingham. Doesn't use it this time around. McTominay. Again, Bonanno just hounding on the edge of the box. Making no passes easily available. Pina now. A little bit of technical dribbling on the edge of the box. Gets around the outside of one. Tries to pull it back towards Parahuelo. Gets a little bit lucky, but Pina will be offside. And again, fantastic defensive work on display there by Bonanno, keeping that 2-1 advantage in his hands. Is Wharton. Pina will be onside here. Then Dembele to the edge of the box. That driven pass is Musiala. Little player lock finds Parahuelo trying to go around the outside of Pubil. It will be a corner here. Looking for the little knockdown on the player lock. Not going to happen this time around. Gil will gather that one. And now building from the back will be Jafonso. 33 minutes gone. Around just under 15 minutes until half-time here in-game. Parahuelo, a little bit of space to burst into here. There's the play lock into Pina. Here's Jafonso looking for that reverse ball. Looking to use the run outside as bait to try and drag one of those defenders across, but extremely well read again by Bonanno. Defensively really has been superb in and around his box so far in this game. But now, here's the chance to equalize, and Jafonso takes it, gives the ball away initially. Does Bonanno, and then on the counter-attack, Jafonso slides that ball into Parahuelo, who makes no mistake firing across goal, and we are tied up at 2-2. Little mistakes at this level are the difference makers. And there's another one on display. Jafonso this time guilty. No support here for Parahuelo, though. Got to buy a little bit of time and just wasn't able to do so as the defenders just got back into position, but won the ball back almost immediately again. Bonanno tries to fire that quick pass in. Pina will intercept. McTominay pushes her off the ball, though. As now Jafonso starts his attack. Remember, 2-1 down at one stage in this game. Dembele. Parahuelo now around the outside. Tries to feed that ball back into Ousmane Dembele. Again, well defended deep in his own box this time by Bonanno. And now on the counter-attack, he's released Parahuelo. Cuts back inside this time around. Bellingham, player lock into Pina. Opportunity maybe for that finesse shot, opens up. And Bonanno accepts that invitation. Beautifully placed finesse shot into that top corner. And Bonanno will retake the lead here, 3-2, just before half-time. Maybe time for one attack here for Jafonso to try and tie this one up. Going into the half-time break. Here's Bellingham. Here's Pina. Chance to strike maybe, instead goes inside. Scott McTominay, who looked for that low-driven first time. Good block, but yet another corner taken short this time. McTominay tries to feed the ball back into Messi, but given away. As Bellingham now will burst away just as the referee brings that one to a close at the end of the half. It'll be Bonanno who has the goal advantage. Afonso looking a bit frustrated at the break. So into the second half we go. Still the one goal between the two players. Bonanno at the moment with the Manchester City bragging rights between the two teammates. Will be Jafonso with possession though from the kickoff in this second half. And will be the first with an opportunity to create an opportunity for the equaliser. Dembele just worked off the ball though by Adam Wharton in midfield. Good strength from the Palace man. But O'Reilly shows a little bit of strength himself. Pina through to Dembele. Lovely touch, lovely step over. Even better finish. That's Jafonso at his best. Explodes through that gap. And hits that low driven right into the corner. We are tied up here in the group stages. It's 3-3 now. But here's Pina, and all of a sudden it's 4-3. Almost immediately, Bonanno restores his lead. And for all the good work from his teammate on the other side, Jafonso, the lead did not last long. Bonanno back into the lead by 1. 4-3 we find ourselves. Now Jafonso has to create a little bit more magic to get back in this game. Messi on the overlap will be found. Into Dembele. No angle for that shot. Bellingham looking to steal that ball away as Musiala can now come away with the ball here for Bonanno. A little bit of space starting to open up for him. Musiala. Into Parajuelo. Bellingham. Out to Wharton now, just a gap open, but he's found Dembele. It's a wonderful finish and a wonderfully worked goal from Matheus Bonanno. And that is going to give him the cushion that he so desperately was looking for. 5-3. We've already seen some crazy comebacks in the group stage. But at the moment, it's looking like 3 points for Bonanno in this game. Unless Jafonso can find a way back into this. And on the attack is where he finds himself right now. Bellingham into Dembele. Couple of player locks not being used. Once again, but Bonanno just marshalling that defensive line so effectively. McTominay, though, out wide to Messi, will be onside here. Creates a little bit of space and opportunity. Here's McTominay. Chance to strike across goal. And the very end of the toe of that right boot from Iker Casillas keeps us at 5-3 here. Here's Pina. Looks for that finesse shot. Not going to be able to break through that defensive line as the block comes in. And now look at the space on the counter-attack here for Bonanno. Fakes the player lock. Can't work that ball back inside. And now players are going to be flooding forward at the other end of the pitch. Jafonso looking to make the most of it, but doesn't get that one quite right. Musiala. Trying to feed one through the legs of Scott McTominay there. Into the last 30 minutes in game. And Dembele is away. Jafonso looking to up the pressure a little bit here and has the chance maybe. Has stepped back onto that left foot, did Pina. Maybe trying to bait that finesse shot. They just gave Bonanno the chance to snap in with the tackle. Here's Pina. It's a little bit of a lucky break. O'Reilly. Ball forced to O'Reilly again. Pina just offside though. As we go into the pause here, Bonanno finds himself up by 2. Jafonso's got it all to do. So the changes are made here for Jafonso, who needs to find a way back into this. Frustratingly for him, it's going to be Bonanno who has possession while he's chasing this game. Dembele for Bonanno. Back inside. Lovely through ball. Wharton tries to find Pina on the edge of that box. But now on the counter-attack, this is where players are going to have to flood forward, and he's going to have to make the most of these opportunities, Jafonso. Dembele into Lukebakio. Dembele into Pina. Look at the pressure again, though, from Bonanno. Just no passing lanes, but he works his way through. Jafonso just looking for any kind of gap. But Bonanno's defense has been superb in this game. Dembele at the other end. Heavy touch to get that ball out of his feet. Pina into Wharton, looking for that finesse shot again, but Jafonso survives. Arajuelo away from Pubil. A little bit of help from Jude Bellingham, but Musiala again just defensively doing his work. Makes that interception. Closing in on the final 15 minutes of this game. Dembele spins away from the attention of 2 players on that far side. As Jafonso is forced to press and try and win that ball back, and that just means there's more space on the attack now for the likes of Ousmane Dembele and Bonanno. 2 goals the advantage at the moment. He was looking to make it 3 and really close this game out, but Jafonso's still in this. 15 minutes left in game, plenty of time to find opportunities. Lukebakio into Pina. There is an overlap, and it's Bellingham. Araujo in the way, though. And now on the counter-attack, look at the space for Ousmane Dembele. Shake of the head from Jafonso. He knows that time is starting to run out a little bit here, but he wins the ball back again. Gets another chance to go forward. Player lock into Pina. Overlap is there. Arajuelo looking to use that pace. Little bit of a heavy touch, though, just allows Araujo in to grab that ball. And then same situation again. It's Ousmane Dembele on that far side, sprinting away from the attentions of the defender. Ten minutes left in game for Jafonso, first of all, to get the ball back. And then to find a way to create at least 2 chances. Otherwise, he's going to be coming out of this group stage game with 0 points against his teammate. And Bonanno's given him absolutely nothing to work with, but that's a mistake. That pass does not connect. And Çalhanoğlu may be able to turn creator, but again, Bonanno's defense has been superb in this game. So many times you've seen him make that well-timed interception or tackle when it really mattered. This attack has to count here for Jafonso. This one has to go in. And instead, it's going to be another well-timed tackle, this time from Mark Pubil in at fullback. that just marshals Banano a little bit closer to another 3 points in this group stage. Dembele, though, for Jafonso. There's Pina. Now it's interesting. 1 goal the difference as we enter the last 5 minutes of this game. And Jafonso goes into the ball screen and says, everybody, it's time to go forward. One goal the difference. As Jafonso finds a way back into this game, but the clock is against him. Has to win this ball back very, very quickly if he wants a chance of coming out of this game with a point. And Banano will know that himself. So much pressure is going to be applied. And he cannot make an easy mistake here and allow his teammate a chance to create one more. Into the 90th minute we go. Fantastic possession play this from Banano. Just wandering into the spaces left available. And Jafonso quite simply cannot get the ball off of him. And that's going to do it. Banano will come out the victor in the Battle of Manchester City, 5-4 over Jafonso. We'll take a look at some of the replays of that game. And I think defensively is where the difference was made. Banano defensively in and around his 18-yard box really was superb. We found ourselves tied up at 1-1 after the first 2 goals. A little mistake there that you saw in the passing allowed Pina in to put Banano back into the lead here. And then just before half-time, you saw Parajuelo getting Jafonso back into the game. Pina twisting and turning here and finding a beautiful opportunity for that finesse shot. That put Banano in the lead once again. And then extending that lead felt like it was something he wanted to do, but a beautiful little turn and step over boost from Ousmane Dembele made this 3-3. But Pina into that near post with a low-driven finesse. Put Banano up, and then for the first time in the game found himself with a cushion. After Wharton broke into the box, Dembele made no mistake with that finesse. And even with a little late run from Ousmane Dembele and Pina finding that bottom corner, it wasn't going to be enough for Jafonso to turn it around. A really good game, though, and the bragging rights will go to Banano, as we head into the final stages of the groups. Let's take a look at the pricing. Let's take a look at what these players, of course, are playing for in Paris at the moment. If you're watching for the first time or you just don't know, $250,000 is on the line if you become the first place champion here in Paris. Over $1 million total prize pool, of course, for the players to fight it out for. It really is going to hot up as we go through the days and we start seeing that bracket play come into play, and the places and the players get closer and closer to those rankings and that prize money. And as the group stage continues tomorrow, of course, we're going to be here on the B stream to keep you going through. This is how things are working. Of course, we're going to be sending home the bottom 12 tomorrow from the group stages after their 6 games are done and dusted. The top 8 will move through to the round of 16, and everyone else will go into that single elimination bracket in the playoffs. So everything going to be decided tomorrow as the group stage will come to its conclusion. Today has been a very fun day, of course. Main broadcast has been covering a lot of the games we've had you covered here on the B stream and the C stream and the D stream as well. But for now, that's going to do it for today. We'll see you tomorrow for some more FC Pro World Championships.